Hello, cuties. Hi, Mikey. How are you doing on this lovely Tuesday evening? We're going to be playing some Super Mario 64 today. We're actually almost done with the game. Rating in Final Fantasy 14. Nice, nice, nice. I will preface this. I have beaten Super Mario 64 many times, both the original version and the DS version, and this version on the 3D All-Stars. This is very much a comfort game for me. But yeah, we're at 107 out of 120. Not many stars left to go. Also, does my audio sound okay? I sound fine, game sounds okay. I leave OBS unattended for more than an hour. It just changes my settings randomly. Trying to remember, because I think I tried to do that one with the wing cap and I kept fucking it up and went and did some stuff in TikTok Clock instead. Yeah, Mikey, we've gotten everything in the first 10 levels, I think. 11. Yeah, we did Tall Tall Mountain, Tiny Huge. Yeah, TikTok Clock and the last of the secret stars, and then the final level are all we've got left. Oop, this is the wrong one. I did not want to go here yet. I always forget which one goes to the secret star and which one goes to the rainbow ride. It's the magic of dyslexia. Mexico. Gonna take our car to the stars. That reminds me of something really funny. I'm pretty sure it's pretty well known that when you choose a stage in a lot of Mario games, like New Super Mario Bros. Wii and stuff, Mario's like, "Let's go!" And my mom, she'd a lot of times sit around and read books or just hang out while I was playing a video game. Because she really liked a lot of games. She wasn't super into a lot of 2D stuff. She preferred story-based games and stuff like that. You know, RPGs. She also really liked Uncharted and Zelda and Metal Gear. But she'd still like to just hang out and listen to me play my games and stuff. But I was playing New Super Mario Bros. Wii, and you know, I played through a couple stages, and I was like, why does he keep saying Mexico? I thought Mario was Italian. God fucking damn it. See, this is the thing with this stage, is when you fall out from there, you don't just lose a life, you get thrown all the way back to the beginning of the castle. This is going to be my stream. It's going to be 4 hours of me doing the salty run back of this one secret star. Maybe. It was worth a shot. good at this game, you guys, I promise. And yeah. Alright. Let's super duper not fuck it up this time. There is definitely a Bob-omb buddy somewhere here. There's the boy. Hi, I'll prepare the cannon for you. Blast off! Excalibur! It's not that far. Yeah. What do you own? Time zone. Look at that ass. She's never alone. Ah. You know, I just realized why I have so much trouble with the fucking depth perception in this stage, because there's no shadows under the boxes when you're on those clouds or whatever. Given my also usual, just regular issues with depth perception. Where'd my hat? Where'd my hat? Where'd my hat go? Where'd my hat? Where'd my hat? Fuck. I'm hiding. I'm just gonna stay in the clouds. They call me Tifa the way I be burying my face in that cloud. A wump. Just as I thought. Okay. Finally, Mario and the crystal shards. Yeah, we gotta get all the crystals for Neo Cortex so he can save the world from a fucking meteor or some shit. I don't know. No, no, no. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Hi, Cole. How are you doing on this lovely Tuesday afternoon? I'm apparently dedicating an entire stream to this one level. You know, actually, though, I've barely played Kirby 64. A friend of mine rented it when, like, this is the same friend who, like, I played a lot of video games with when I was in grade school and stuff. And I did enjoy it. It's weird because it's one of those games that had, like, a big effect on my brain, but I didn't own it until, like, I got it digitally on Wii U. 8 dinners, now full and EP. Well, hopefully you can use that full tummy and have a nice, relaxing enjoyment of me playing Mario 64. Yeah, I actually do have Kirby 64 digitally on Wii U, and of course I can also just play it on an SO anytime. Now, one of the reasons it sticks with me is because I remember, God fucking damn it, but I remember, like, my friend and I coming up with all our own, like, because there aren't actually a lot of single abilities in Kirby 64. I think there's, like, 6 or something. 6, 7, somewhere around there. I wasn't doing that on purpose. I think that's the actual amount. But the thing is, like, most of the ability stuff comes from the combinations, since you can combine them together. So of course, like, we would think about ones from like Kirby Superstar or whatever, and think about what those ability combinations could be. Also, you know, being that it was the late 90s / early 2000s, we both did think it was very cool that Kirby had a double-sided lightsaber as one of his abilities. But, you know, actually been using Tubi to fall asleep to Sesame Street. Oh, cool. I forget they have so much stuff. Like, Tubi is actually really awesome, and I feel like not enough people talk about it, because it's just like, you can just watch stuff, but with just, like, ads. They have a surprisingly good variety of stuff, too. They've got a good amount of anime on there. Why would you do that? Though a lot of times for me to fall asleep, I'll put on something like a really long game analysis video that doesn't have a lot of screaming or anything. Dave Control has kind of been the one I've been going to lately. He does a lot of really good like long form analysis videos. He's done like, I think, the first 8 classic Mega Man games and Mega Man and Base. He's done like Sonic 1 and 2. I think he's done like, yeah, he did the first Zelda recently. Yo-Yo plus wheel is just riding the wheel with a string called walking the dog. That would actually be awesome. Yo-Yo is one of my favorite abilities in Superstar also, so I'm very biased. So I'm locking in to, like, not fuck this up. Give me just a sec. Once again, I have cut a worthless object. I got this thing that I have done like literally dozens of times before in my life. I don't know, granted, like, while there's some stuff that I had trouble with on stream that I've never really had trouble with in this game before, this specific thing just always fucks with me every single time I play through this game. Like, this is not one of those, like, you know, Let's Play syndrome, live stream syndrome things that get... No, this stage just fucks me every single time. Doesn't even buy me dinner. I think it's mostly psychological because, like I said, when you fall down, you don't lose a life, but you have to walk all the way back. And I feel like that, like, inconvenience by itself, like, psychs you out and you end up making more mistakes. Hi, Dot. The problem child appears. Walk of shame. I don't even know if it's a walk of shame. It's like the walk of mild irritation. It's kind of the same energy in like Dark Souls or Mina the Hollower or whatever, where you gotta go get like all your shit back after you died. You know, the ragged fraggot, you're just... But you gotta walk like all the way back there. Also, speaking of, I have been very much enjoying Mina the Hollower. It's kind of been my main game I've been playing in my like non-streaming gaming time. Sorry, Walk of Yosemite Sam. Exactly. See, I'm trying to... Dot, please. I'm trying to help Dot learn that being a super smooshy snuggle all over baby is mostly okay in the winter, but in the summer it's just not very comfortable. Also, as you guys probably know, Dot has zero chill and zero sense of personal space. Stop trying to slap at me, you little bite. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Got to get back to it. Also, in working on Dex and now Deltarune. Which card game are you playing? I apologize for forgetting, but I feel like you've played at least 3. I think you were more into Digimon recently, but I don't exactly remember. I apologize. And oh my god, I still haven't finished Chapter 1 of Deltarune. I'm glad I've managed to mostly avoid spoilers aside from the big obvious stuff, but even then I haven't been spoiled on any of the context. So... Shit. Give me a sec. Dot knocked down my computer mouse and I don't know where it went. I mean, honestly, that's on me for leaving anything not bolted down on a table. Oh, also, I've got a fan running in the background. It's not too noisy or anything, is it? It hasn't been, like, miserably hot today, but... still hot enough to where I need it. Oh, I literally have no idea where my computer mouse went. There aren't even that many spots where it could have fallen. Dot, what did you do? Fucking opening the hyperspace vacuums while I'm streaming. What have I told you about that? I found it. It comes up here and there, but not enough to be a bother. Which part? I'm so sorry. I got so tilted trying to find... Now I just have cat in my mouth. Dot, girly pop, can you have one singular ounce of chill? Just a tiny little smidge. Oh, the fan? Okay. Yeah, let's... Speaking of cards, why don't we do our TCG Pocket polls? Everybody, if you haven't done your TCG Pocket together, go ahead and boot it up and see what you pull today. We're doing a pull from Paradox Drive. I've already got every main card in the set, so now I'm kind of seeing if I can pull any cool stuff. I did get a full art Fluttermane EX this morning, which is pretty awesome. Let's see what we got. Flamigo, Great Tusk, Corvisquire, Knacklestack, Area 0. Okay, no big rares or anything today. I also played some ranked for the first time in a while. It was fun. But, like, I don't know if it was ADHD or something, but after 2 battles, I really had a hard time concentrating, so I just ended up... Hey, TCG Pocket. Hi, Soda. Hello, how are you? Saw you were streaming earlier today. I'm sorry I didn't come by. I've been pretty out of it today. Kind of like on and off sleeping. I almost didn't stream, but I'm like, no, if I have a day off, but I don't stream when I could have, I'll be mad at myself. Unless I'm like sick or something, so. We're Marioing our 64s. We've already had chaos because Dot came running onto my desk and sent my computer mouse flying. Finished updating my Windows 11. Finished Zero Time Dilemma. Awesome. That's part of the same series as 999, right? Like, isn't it called the Zero Escape series? I'm not super familiar with them. Because isn't there, like, 999, there's, like, Virtue's Last Reward, and Zero Time Dilemma, right? Because I know the writer of those also worked on 100 Line, alongside the person who wrote Danganronpa, I believe. Hey, hi Kubi, playing Tomodachi Life, living the dream. Woof! Shit. Oh, guess we're just standing here. Standing here. I'm standing here. I'm standing here. I am standing here. Why would you do that? There's no PAL release for 100 Line, so I import it eventually. Not even digitally? Or do you mean like the physical? Hi, Rain. How are you doing today on this lovely Tuesday afternoon? Dot, stop smacking me in the face. The criminal is here. She already knocked over my computer mouse into the void. Physical? Oh, okay. Because it is really weird for any game, unless it's like a super niche Japanese thing, to not release in every region. Give me just a second, I need to blow my schnoz. In the middle of a depressive funk. Well, I'll help you battle that depression by being a cute little gay mouse failing the same stage repeatedly in Super Mario 64. Publisher is Aniplex, and we all know how much of fuckers they are. Oh, right. Okay, that explains it. Though I know there's this weird thing of like games getting physical. Okay, Switch games get more physical releases in Asia and North America, but for whatever reason, there'll be a lot of games on like PS4 or PS5 that'll get physical releases in Japan and Europe. One of the weirdest cases was Klonoa Fantasy Reverie series, which got PS5 and Switch physical releases in PAL regions in Asia, and it got an Xbox physical release only in PAL regions, but the Klonoa one was digital only in North America. The Switch version I have is actually an Asian English version. That I got off of I don't remember the name of the place anymore. Even I used to use it a lot to import Asian English games, but the creator just or the I don't know if it's the creator, CEO, whatever you want to call it, just kind of went right-wing crazy out of the blue, and I'm like, yeah, I'd rather not monetarily support somebody who wants me specifically and most people I know to die. Sorry, every time I pause it for a long time like this, I'm petting Dot. Play Asia? I think it was Play Asia, yeah. It sucked because it used to be a really handy, like, way to import games without having a million extra fees, even though it was a little more expensive, like, because it was a good way to get PAL games, too. Like I said, some stuff like Klonoa. There's also, like, Final Fantasy VIII Remastered got a physical PS4 release in PAL regions, but it doesn't actually have a physical PS4 release in North America. I think it was only like the equivalent of like $20 US also, which is fantastic because, like, okay, one of my favorite things, unfortunately the newer Blue Archive I don't judge anybody for buying things from Play Asia. It just makes me a little uncomfortable. If someone else does, whatever. I mean, it's just a storefront. You know, like, we can't even start to go over all the evil things that have been done by people who run Amazon. That's kind of the issue we're running into now, is so many things are offered by only one singular service. And it's like a lot of these are in a monopoly kind of phase. I mean, I feel like that's starting to finally break down. This whole system's breaking apart. But basically, ever since the rise of the internet, so many things have had only one single thing with no real competition or anything, so they have no prerogative to make a better product. But yeah, like Final Fantasy VIII Remastered got a physical PS4 release, and one of my favorite things is putting an old game on a physical media on a current platform for like $20 or something. Because I love that Capcom just released physical versions of Okami and Onimusha on like PS4 and Xbox One. Also, it is one of my favorite things playing Okami on Xbox One. It was actually the platform I beat it on for the first time. Just playing the the most Japanese game possible on the only American console. But the illusion of choice, everything leads back to fuck capitalism. It's true. Yeah, like Okami, Onimusha, like I said, the European Final Fantasy VIII remaster. Like I said, I know a lot of people give it a lot of criticism, but I fucking love that Super Mario All-Stars for Wii. Yeah, I mean, like, the original was being a limited edition thing was kind of shitty, but after about like 2 years, maybe less than that. It might have been just a year later. They released it as a greatest hits for $20, so it's just the 4 classic Mario games. It's like the original Super Mario All-Stars release for $20 on a physical Wii disc, and that's awesome. And I know a lot of people criticize, like, oh, they could have done more. They could have put more on there. And I'm like, okay, yeah, maybe they should have. And I know it is very funny to me that the disc, like, less than 1% of the disc space is taken up, because literally all that's on there is, like, the Super Nintendo ROM and I think whatever, like, emulation layer that they're using. But it's like, no, having a physical version of an old game like that is fantastic, because there are more... Oh, that's not Dot. I'm sorry. I have a fan pointed at me. Actually, not her this time. Find it funny you can play the game without the disc because all of it's loaded into RAM. I actually quite like that. I think that's super fun. I'm sorry. I probably need to turn my fan down, but it is, like, kind of musty in my little work area right now. It's, like, just hot enough to be uncomfortable without the fan going. But hey, I got a new fridge, so at least you don't hear the incessant thumping in the background. Okay, everybody grab your favorite sugar-free, caffeine-free beverage of choice. I got my water tumbler right here, and take a nice big sippy. Summer, I know, but I don't know. I always have this vision in my head of how I want my streams to be, like, clean and timeless and stand on their own, or some shit like that. I don't know, like, I guess I want to be very professional, but then I remember even, you know, like, full-time professional VTubers with an agency, their streams are also jank as hell 100% of the time, so maybe I don't need to feel too bad. But I forget, you cannot pause the game while you're in a cannon. I've got 5. I'm fucking this up considerably less than normal. Can't stream if you're melted, that's fair. A little mouse puddle on the floor. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. God, fuck, shit, fuck. I'm gonna run out of wing juice. 6, we got it. Okay. Speaking of VTubing, I think I'll stream No Sleep for Kanami Date before I debut as a VTuber. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. I feel bad. Like, okay, I guess I have been streaming for more than a year, guys. I unfortunately do not remember the date that my first stream was. Because I kid you not, before I started streaming, I was so incredibly depressed that I just wanted to do literally anything positive. And I just honestly figured that my entire streaming career was just going to be me streaming for Maddie specifically to show them my favorite games. And I didn't think I would still be going a year later. So I am very happy that I am. I do feel bad that I don't have any emotes or an on-screen model of any type, but with job and just regular exhaustion and other things in my life happening, it's been difficult, and I apologize for that. This is the All-Stars version, Soda. Generally, when I play NSO games, I just leave the classic stuff on screen. Ta-da! Yeah, I just bought Mario All-Stars, like, it wasn't exactly day one, but it was within like a week or so of it coming out. Because I think it came out like right before I got paid or whatever, so I ended up waiting a little bit. But yeah, I got it as soon as I could because I love buying the same games repeatedly. Jokes aside, though, it is very nice to be able to have these games on Switch. Like, a lot of times it's worth double dipping on a Switch version of a game just for the sake of, you know, portability and convenience. Okay, that's 8. Now we just have to get back to the spawn area. Alright, let's freaking go. We did it. I guess the stream's over now, guys. That was a good run. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, cool. We actually got that a lot faster than I thought I would. I felt like I was going to blow it several more times. See, I left my job like 2 months ago to deal with my depressed self. Better overall. Start designing stuff if it weren't for the fucking heat wave and catching up with the Xenoblade Cross. I mean, that's one of those unexpected things. I feel like especially if you're neurodivergent, you think that like quitting your job and not having to worry about a job would make things better, and it does in some ways, but I feel like that lack of structure can make it really easy to slip into depression. When you get something done, something blindsides you, you either can't or you feel like, yeah. Yeah, and I know the heat is literally hotter than the Sahara Desert in France right now, which is, I am so sorry. Especially because I feel like Europe is much less used to insane heat waves like that. But I will be back in just a sec. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, and I'm also probably going to make sure that Dot has, like, her food and water up to date. Give me a sec. I'm going to run an ad real quick. I'll be back in just a moment. Adlo cancel! Oh my gosh, Soda, thank you so much for the 5 months. 5 months subscription, oh my gosh. Half a year. Thank you so much, Soda. Ooh, okay. The way I have my fan set up, and the reason why it's kind of close to where I'm sitting, I have an open window, and it's starting to cool down a little bit outside, so I just got a nice cool breeze. I'll get back to the game in a minute. I'm going to let the rest of Planet Wisp play because Sonic Colors soundtrack is peak. I don't know, it's 5 minutes. I might not sit here for 4 minutes waiting. I forgot that this wasn't running that long, but we can listen to it for a little while longer. Honestly, like, Sonic Colors has such good energy and atmosphere. I feel like the story must have been added in as the very last thing, because the actual, like, cutscenes and quotation mark story, not the broad strokes of the story, I mean, like, the cutscenes and dialogue, just do not fit. They do not fit the tone of the levels or music whatsoever. Planet Wisp! Oh, Rain, have you ever heard the, no copyright law in the universe is gonna stop me? But have you ever heard the, I think it's Triple Q, did a remix of Planet Wisp with, Get Lucky? Okay, let's go back to Marioing our 64, even though I kind of want to play Sonic Colors now. Okay. Let's get back on the clock. Sounds familiar, but might have. Not familiar enough to say sure. What are you doing? Not you, just the... I admit, I listen to a lot of Triple Q music. Let's play Mario Paint so you can Sonic Color. Cole, you're fired. Stomp on that thwomp. Wait, I was hired? Yeah, you were hired as a free unpaid intern who doesn't get paid. Oh, dang. Sorry, Cole, Mouse Girl says you're fired. Ah! Hate the fact that Nintendo's the cheapest option on the market at $500. That's the thing. Everyone complained about the Switch 2's price when it was announced. And now it's still the cheapest on the market. Though seriously, like, the price hikes to PlayStation 5 and Series X, they're basically unbuyable. Merely on the fact that you could just keep saving up and get a decent PC at that point. Unpaid instrumental. Unpaid intern instrumental. No, actually, jokes aside, unpaid internships are batshit insane and basically only exist as a, more or less like, not exactly a skill check, but like a, basically a finances check to make sure that they're not hiring somebody who actually needs the money that bad. Because the only way you can survive a year being an unpaid intern is if you're working another job on top of that, which they usually don't like, or you have a parent or spouse or somebody who can provide for you and them. Plus, glorified slave labor, pretty much. It's like, I'm not even sure how internships are legal. They feel like they shouldn't be. But then again, every law in the US pretty much exists for multi-billion-dollar companies. Hello again, Dot. Unpay this, casts Ultima 16. I care not about legality, I care about morality. It is very hard to platform when there's a cat up my nose. Those laws are followed by the exact wording rather than following the actual spirit of the law. Dot headbutted my microphone and muted it again. But I know you're talking about like Summoner, the job class in Final Fantasy XIV, but I was thinking of like the PS1 launch title action RPG for some reason. I feel like that's one of those games that's very of its era that everybody just kind of forgot existed. It got a sequel, too. Actually, one of my regrets... One of my regrets is, like, I had Summoner 2 on PS2 that I got for dirt cheap at a GameStop. Like, it was under $4. Like, complete in box and everything. And I actually gave it to a friend to keep because he didn't have a whole lot of PS2 games. I gave him that. I gave him, like, Virtua Fighter 4, which, in fairness, I had a second copy of Virtua Fighter 4. And, like, a couple other things that I didn't play. And he just ended up trading them all in for other games later. I'm like, okay, the things I give to you mean nothing to you, actually. I'm not giving you anything else. I didn't say that, but that was pretty much my thought process. Granted, I realize that video games probably mean more to me than they do to the average regular person, and I do have a hard time with that. But that's a very neurodivergent kind of thing, I think. Stop slapping me. I probably should have played something turn-based with the certain furball here. Sorry I keep pausing all the time. And I do not remember how to do this stomp on the Thwomp Star. So we're gonna learn together. Fuck. Learn by death. Hi, I'm Mott's the Gaming Mouse, and I have no fucking depth perception. I guess we call that death perception. It's the opposite of Sonic Adventure 2's Live and Learn. Well, we learned it's not that way. Variety is the spice of death. Fun random fact. Did you know that the KFC Twitter account follows 11 other accounts? It follows the 4 Spice Girls and 7 regular guys whose names happen to be Herb. Well now. Brian even making it to the swamp to stomp on it. Guy who noticed it got gifted a package of Colonel Sanders. Piggybacking him? Oh, a painting. Okay, what even was that? Honestly, like, my biggest beef with TikTok Clock, because, like, I'll share a secret with you guys. As much as I love this game, and it's one of my favorites ever, no, I got it now. I read, both painting and piggybacking is completely other words. Dyslexia. I know what piggybacking means. That wasn't a you getting the word wrong or anything, Cole. That was my brain. God fucking damn it. These nuts, Lexia. Got him! Why would you do that? Hang that painting up and be like, that's my grandpa. Actually, Colonel Sanders' actual grandson just leaked the 11 herbs and spices recipe for KFC online. Like, in depth, the whole thing. Specifically as retribution for the marketing team constantly sexualizing his grandfather. Yep, entirely fair. Yeah, because Colonel Sanders was a real person, and a real colonel in World War II, I believe. Though, correct me on that if I'm wrong. He was also pretty close with Wendy's founder, Dave Thomas. I think they shared a lot of ideas and stuff, too. Never actually kernel in the Kentucky definition of whatever a kernel is, like popcorn. Kernel. Shit, I realized I think I jumped into this at like 6 o'clock on the clock and I'm in like wacky mode. God damn it. I'm in new funky mode. Don't leave him out in the heat too long. New Funky Mario Bros. That sounds fantastic, actually. Let's make sure it is not on 6 o'clock. Because I do think the stuff has to be moving to finish this 1 star. Because I know 3 o'clock stops everything, and I think 12 o'clock speeds it up, and 9 o'clock makes it go super slow, and 6 o'clock makes it like really erratic. Now, my big beef with TikTok clock, because from what I was saying before, I love Mario 64, but I feel like the last 2 worlds really just fall to pieces compared to the to the rest of the game. TikTok trend clock. Because the thing with TikTok clock is it's just a giant fucking hole, which I usually enjoy, but you're really just like platforming around the perimeter, and it's so easy to lose so much progress with 1 mistake, and it's super easy to just like 1 fall and you're dead, as you can see. And I don't mind a challenge, but I just don't find that particularly enjoyable, especially compared to the stage design of the rest of the game, which is much more free-flowing and exploratory. Because this feels like it should have been like a secret star with like 1 star in it, not a whole stage. And you know what? It might have started off like that, because they were definitely running out of time near the end of development, which I partially think is why the last 2 stages have so many issues and feel much less refined than the beginning of the game. Twitch points icon, the cheese cube. Oh no, that wasn't made by me, that was actually made by Maddie. I had the idea for it, but Maddie really took it all the way and designed it. I do plan on making some of my own emotes as well, but Maddie is working on at least 1 emote for me also. Spicy hot take. Oh boy. Give me a moment to access the hot take section of my brain. Which Maddie? Maddie Pudding, M-A-T-T-I. They are my bestest friend in the whole wide world. They have supported me in everything. We've been friends for over a decade. They're an artist. They're not super active on social media, but like they're an artist. They've done story writing. They're one of those people who's just kind of good at everything and also really funny. But they do keep to themselves a lot. God fucking damn it. get back to posting. I mean, Soda, just go with the flow, dude. You don't have to... Okay, you have this really bad mentality that, at least from what I can see, that you seem to look at everything as it's some kind of job you have to keep up with. And it's really not. Okay, everybody, stretch, hydrate, stand up for a sec. A good stretchy. Also unsure about posting on Twitter. Keep suspending. Just let Twitter go, dude. It's not important. Most of it's just bots and stuff anyway. Guilty of that mindset as well. I feel like it happens really commonly in neurodivergent people from what I've seen. But yeah, Twitter, like I only post on Twitter like my going live or to interact with like Jude or Frog Lord, who are two wonderful friends that I love very much, but just will not leave Twitter. Even though Jude has been shadow banned, struck down, and penalized constantly, despite not posting anything that would justify that. And like every once in a while she'll try to post to Blue Sky, but she just keeps on coming back to Twitter. And like on the one hand, I understand some people do have the mentality of like, we were here first and they want to stick to it or whatever. And I get it, but like, it's just so fucking toxic from a lot of stuff over there. It's like, and I don't know how to advertise to people that you're not trapped here. You can... I know for some artist people, I'm pretty sure Blue Sky still does not have the ability to send images via DMs. Which for a lot of people who do like freelance commission work, that is important to be able to do that. You know, for like whips and, you know, like... For a lot of people, it's really handy when you do art commissions, if they have a specific pose in mind, for them to just send you like a stick figure or an undetailed blob of the pose they want. So that doesn't have Authenticator apps support for some reason. Contemplating multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube once I get a VTuber mode, but I don't know if my brain can handle it. I thought about it, especially because like I feel like there are a lot of VTubers who stream specifically on YouTube. But I'll just see where it takes me. I feel like Twitch is where my audience is right now, because I have a lot of audience overlap with Kubi. I've got a little bit of audience overlap with Hexchew, which is Jude. I'm sorry, I'm so used to calling her by her name because I've also known Jude for over 10 years at this point. But generally, like, Hexchew is the name she streams under and does for most of her social stuff. And absolutely do follow her. She does amazing artwork, and she's just a cool person and really funny also. I just happen to know a lot of cool, funny, and attractive people. I'm lucky like that. Like the cool, funny, and attractive Rain E. Days, who was streaming these really fun Pokemon playthroughs, and I'm looking forward to the new one. I gotta get my Splunk Dinko fix. Called Hexchew? Yeah, Hexchu. She's super Pokemon crazy. She's a certifiably insane shiny hunter. Okay, so there's nothing really that way. There's a star up there. I'm not sure where this thwomp I'm supposed to be stomping on is. I just need to say fuck it, we ball, and throw all caution to it. You actually do. Because here's the thing, and I've had to learn this the hard way throughout my entire life. because I almost never started streaming. There will never be a moment that's right for anything, especially when you're neurodivergent. Just fuck it, we ball everything. Because here's the thing, if you do something and it doesn't work out, you lose generally nothing, and then you just go back to neutral, but at least you can say you tried doing that once. A lot harder since I've been off anxiety meds. You see, guys, it's my deepest, darkest secret. I am on no medication. I am just fucking raw dogging autism, ADHD, anxiety, and all that other stuff. Gotta do things at the right time. There's no right time. Just do it. Yeah. That's how it be. Say F it, we ball. Best you'll be at frame advantage, worst you'll be in neutral. Exactly. Okay, am I going to try to trick shot this, or should I just do it the normal way? If I trick shot it, I'm going to fuck it up and fall down really far. Okay, I didn't fall down as far as I thought I was gonna. Started anxiety meds like right at the end of last year, and while they helped, they've also caused a slew of other health issues that are worse than anxiety. Get my brain to do two things. Doing things is objectively better than not doing it, and you failed. Congrats. Not everyone even tries. Exactly. You really got to train yourself to change how you look at it. Honestly, like, I can't really say this for France. I can only say this for America, or I can't say it for, like, Canada or anywhere else but America. But I know at the very least in the U.S., there is a very toxic culture in school around failure. When the thing is, in reality, real life, failure is not only normal and healthy, but it's often a great teacher. Time jumps on moving bars. I still didn't stomp on the fucking thwomp. I have 119 stars because I can't figure out how to do this one. Meet the Robinsons, a good movie for emphasizing failure is a good thing. Switching meds, I gained a lot of weight suddenly, and I found something that works better. I'm glad you found something that works better for you. I actually probably need to watch that Meet the Robinsons movie sometimes because it gets so much love. Yeah, like, so many school systems put you in this whole, you fail once and it's over. You know, you get punished. When, in reality land, when you fail, you're like, oh, that's not how it works. Oh, wait, if it doesn't work like that... Well, I missed almost every, like, animated movie of the mid to late 2000s. Because I was, like, just at that right age where I was starting to get super duper into anime, which I still am, but I was also had that really dumb, like, preteen / teenager mentality of, like, well, I'm watching anime now, which is, like, you know, real animation, not like that stupid stuff for kids. It's like, I didn't actively think that, but it was, like, subconsciously there for sure. In French, you're graded out of 20. A 10 out of 20 is passing. Anything beyond that shows excellence. Okay. The problem with the American grading system is that, like, at least when I was growing up, there was out of 100, and anything below a 70 was a failing grade. You may be thinking, well, what the hell's the point of 0 through 69? Nothing. I don't know why the system's like that. Someone in our school, if they didn't get an A or B, they'd freak out. Hope they're doing okay. I always worry for people like that. But then again, some of that had to have come from their parents. So hopefully they're doing okay, and either their parents grew out of it or they just are far away from that environment now. You're getting low grades in basic classes, then you're doing extracurricular that you enjoy doing for fun that gets taken away from you. Yeah. Well, the thing is, most extracurricular stuff are the things that are actual life and career skills. No, you fucking don't, you shit. Why would you put that there? As long as you're passing, it's okay. That's going to be the goal for my vocal training. Oh my god, can I finally stomp on this fucking thwomp? Actually, you know what? I'm going to try to get the 100 coin star, but not from that one. Wait, I came in a riot at 3 o'clock. Why isn't everything paused? Did I forgore? Oh, well, whatever. Okay, I'm not going to try to get the 100 coin star with everything moving, because getting those red coins is like a massive pain. In France, you have a big exam everyone does at the end of high school called Bac. I was majoring in science and somehow got it because of English exams where I, no joke, had to do a presentation about Pokemon. That's amazing. High school was an extremely depressing time for me, and I was barely passing my classes. Quite literally slept through half my math classes. I mean, high school was pretty miserable for me as well. My paragraph message is, nah, you're fine. Oh yeah, like I don't sit here yapping nonstop for way too long on specific topics. Okay, so that's the hand. The fuck is this thwomp? Why is this the only star in the game? I can't even remember, even with a little jostling. There are a few stars that I don't have like super memorized, but if I like kind of get on the grind of it, I'll be like, oh yeah, I remember it now. This stage is better in Mario Kart DS. Yes, yes it is. Like I said, I wish there was a way to stream DS games that actually captured the essence of playing on an actual DS. You know, like, aside from getting a DS with a capture card, which is very expensive. Especially now, because, like, I don't think anyone's doing new DS capture cards. So I'm pretty sure how many are out there are the amount that are going to ever exist, at least for a while. So, they are skyrocketing in price. motherfucker! Ah! You know, one advantage to me streaming is that Dot does not get alarmed at all when I start yelling. Is it not 3 o'clock? Is it like 6 o'clock? Because I really thought it was 3 o'clock. Okay, it is 3 o'clock. I guess I was just off by a little bit. Okay, I'm going to try to get the 100 coin star, and if I do manage to find that thwomp to stomp on, it's 3 o'clock in a minute here. Oh my god, Soda. I'm not going to scold you and try to tell you to go to bed because you don't have a work schedule tomorrow, so you can go to bed whenever you want. I mean, as long as you get enough sleep, it doesn't really matter that much. I mean, I know I did stream Dawn of Sorrow on a DS emulator, but I feel like that didn't work out as well as I would have wanted it to be honest. I think I'm gonna go night-night, feeling a bit sick. Good luck on Mario and Deltarune tomorrow. Good night, Cole. Thank you so much for dropping by. I hope you feel better so you can feel all good playing Deltarune. Enjoy Chapter 5. I'll get caught up eventually, maybe, probably, I guess. Ow. Ow. Okay. Need to play Undertale. You keep waiting, you'll have all the chapters. Anyway, I get going to. Good night, Soda. Have a good EP. I mean, I don't intend to keep waiting and waiting forever, though there is the fact that I'm hoping it'll get a physical Switch release one day when everything's complete. Come on. I guess you are stuck in here with me, Rain. Well, me and all of the lurkers. Hi, cuties. Sure they will be. Fangamer usually does one, right? Night-night. Yeah. So that night-night came out much quieter than I intended. Okay. Oh, no you don't. Yatta. Yeah. You know, I wonder what the first platformer game where you could, like, pull yourself up like that was. I know Mario... Hey, 69 coins. Nice. Fangamer sure to do something, and it's sure to be a riot. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I have survived. Wait for my heart to be destroyed by Chapter 5 of Deltarune tomorrow. Again, I feel bad because I have not even finished Chapter 1 yet. I have Chapter 1 and 2 free downloaded on my PS4 and my Switch. And I am very happy that I really haven't had much of anything of Deltarune spoiled. I think I said that already. I don't think I can get any farther up with this locked in place. God fucking damn it. Hi, Whoopie. How are you doing today on this lovely Tuesday evening? We're playing some Super Mario 64, trying to get the last of the stars. We only got 11 left. Fuck, shit, fuck, ow. Ooh, I got more coins, ow, god fucking damn it. So that went well. So there's this thwomp I'm supposed to be stomping on, and I have no idea where it is. Don't you fucking do it. Don't you fucking do it. Okay, so the plan is to see if I can get the 100 coin star and then maybe find this thwomp on the way to getting all the coins. And naturally the plan will go through a cheese grater. Well, good, because I fucking love cheese. Fuck. Okay, I owe you 2 spicy hot takes. I didn't forget, Rain. I'm just trying to load and process my brain here while trying to get through this level. Moment, trying to load the brain space. Give me a sec. The brain is braining. Is it though? I'm not convinced. 15 stream streak. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Whoopie. I love your streaking. It's always the best. But seriously, thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. Big number. Okay, here's hot take number 1 for the one that you first redeemed that I kind of forgot but kind of didn't. I really don't like video games control schemes being largely centered around triggers and shoulder buttons. I feel like ever since the PS3 and 360 era, even games who aren't based on any kind of aiming or any kind of central use of the analog stick still put way too many functions on, especially the trigger buttons. It especially gets to me when it's something like, I mean, thankfully most games will let you rebind controls now. But, you know, something like, and these are both games I love that I very much recommend, but something like Berserk Boy or Gravity Circuit, where they'll have, like, main game mechanics on a trigger, which, like, for a fast-paced platformer where reaction speed is important, I don't want my stuff on a mushy section of the controller. Or, you know, the mushiest button on the controller, rather. But more than that, like, I just don't really find it comfortable to use those as my primary function in a video game. Then again, I feel like I just don't hold controllers the same way that most people, like, under the age of 35 would. Because I feel like a lot of people who grew up on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 hold their controllers higher up on the controller than I do. Because I tend to hold most controllers pretty low by the base of the handles. Which, you know, as somebody who grew up with, like, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, PlayStation 1, and, you know, N64 and stuff, that's just what makes the most sense. That's naturally how I hold the controller. Holding the controller's hands, Ulu. And honestly, of all things, I didn't even think about the difference in grip until I was watching, believe it or not, a VTuber. And, you know, she had one of those little overlay things where it has hands holding a controller. And it had, like, her character's hands, like, gripping the controller mostly by the top. And I'm like, who holds a controller like that? Apparently a lot of people. I mean, like I said, most games, especially indie games, will give you full control remapping. But I guess that's the general thesis of my hot take. Not a big fan of games putting a lot of stuff, especially main important stuff, on the shoulder buttons and triggers. Like, I'm okay with it for stuff like dodge rolls and stuff like that, but, like, I think the biggest one that irritates me is Tales of Arise, which, for some reason, the default attack button is mapped to R1. Why would you have that be the default attack button in a fast-paced action game with no aiming? I mean, I think I actually do know why. It's because I'm pretty sure that R1 is the default attack button in most Souls games, but it makes sense for those. I feel like someone at Bandai Namco just wanted it to match that, even if it didn't make sense. Somehow I survived that. Though thankfully, again, Tales of Arise does let you remap the controls. But the thing is, every Tales game up to that point would have the primary attack button on, like, either the X or the circle button position. And this isn't going to be the second spicy hot take. This is just going to be the, this is like a little side bonus spicy hot take, I guess. I really don't like it when a game has jump on triangle. I'm pretty sure that's just a thing because that's where the jump button is in Skyrim. God fucking damn it. Oh, I've had my fill of TikTok clock. Also prefer actions. I'm going to be using mostly bound to face buttons, E. Because at first it threw me off with Berserk Boy, because, like, I actually just got the game today. It is literally $6 on Steam. Go buy it. Where, like, they had the primary dash button be on the left trigger, and the dash is a very important part of the game, and I'm like, why would you put that there? But they have the secondary dash button on, like, square, which is, for where the game is, you're going to want your dash as your main attack, so I'm like, okay, but why would you jump scare me and not consider the square button the main attack button? Kitten, 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 please. And also, I can understand stuff being bound to the triggers if the game's mostly about aiming. Though I do like Ratchet and Clank's kind of default way of doing it, where, like, aiming-related functions like shooting and alt-fires are on the triggers and stuff, and the shoulder buttons. But more platformy stuff, like jumping, the wrench attack, that's on the face buttons. I'm like, okay, this works. Give me just a moment. It's kitty petting time. I don't know if you heard any purring there, but I put the mic up to Dot. She, like, rubbed up against it. No. You see, Dot, it's a lot easier to snuggle when you're not slapping me in the face and writhing around in 4 directions. No snuggle, only play, but also snuggle. I don't know, because I don't really see Dot play much. She mostly, I think, does that when she's outside. Which, again, I'm going to reiterate, Dot is an indoor-outdoor cat, but only because, like, my driveway is incredibly long. It's, like, almost a mile walk to get down to the road. Which keeps me in shape when I go check the mail. And she never leaves my little fenced-in yard area, so. Too much cheese, not enough macaroni. You were gonna come into my chat and invoke the possibility that there could be too much cheese? That's fine. I respect your opinion. I don't have to agree with everything you say to love you. I'm sorry. Really quoting Courage the Cowardly Dog. Oh. Right, okay, I know the scene you're talking about now. I'm sorry. Sorry, I just saw the word cheese and immediately got hung up on it. Please forgive me. Okay, Dot, I'm trying to stream. I'm trying to Super Mario my 64s, Dot. The cat does not conceptualize the idea of live stream. Only eat, sleep, snuggle. Who would have guessed the mouse girl likes cheese? I know. I'm really playing against type there. Actually, I guess random fun fact. Like actual animal mice like peanut butter the most, but then again, I also really love peanut butter. So. Dot, stop! The minute I stop petting her, she starts slapping me. Gonna go to Babam Battlefield and just try to rack up some 1-ups real quick. Actually, maybe, I wonder if Thwomp's Fortress would have been the place to go for this. I feel like it's a gamer rite of passage for some platform game or another to go back to the first level and rack up like a billion 1-ups when you're running low. I know I would do that a lot with Donkey Kong Country. Of course, the Super Mario World, there's the top secret area, so you could just go in and out of there over and over. Come on. Ow, ow. You're hurting me, kitten. You know, it'd be a lot easier to cuddle you if you'd put away the murder knives. You know, I don't know how much of this is for one-ups and how much is just because I missed actually running around in open areas. Nope, wrong one. I think I'm gonna take off for the night. Got work in the morning. Have a good night, everyone. Good night, Rain. Thank you so much for dropping by and hanging out. Always love to have ya. I really... Oh, there it is. Dot once again took down my microphone. Shoo-be-dee-doo-be-dee-doo. Shoo-be-dee-doo-be-doo-doo. Shoo-be-doo-wop, shoo-be-doo-wop, shoo-be-doo-be-doo, dot-doo-doo-da. Also, really interesting thing with specifically the 3D All-Stars version of Super Mario 64 is it'll actually just let you control it with the D-pad. Thought at least one of these cheese had a one-up in it somewhere. Oh well. I know I only got a couple one-ups, but I just let's get TikTok clock done with already. Oof. Lock in with our TikTok clock in. hanging out with me when I stream, but you got to calm down, girly pop. I swear, like, you know when some people see a cat or a dog and they're like, ooh, you baby, and they have to, like, run and pet it and stuff? I feel like Dot has that, like, cuteness proximity. Funky little butt face. Ah! Kitten, please, I need some space. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna have to go put Dot in another room or something, because she's not letting me do anything. Okay, sorry about that. Damn it, I still owe Rain a spicy hot take. I didn't think of the second one before she left. Well, I'll have to make sure to give her one next stream then. Okay, locking in. Fuck. Well, there's not really much point in trying to get the 100 coin star now. Okay, This isn't that big of a stage, really. It's mostly like a big hole in the center, so everything's around the perimeter. There can't be that many places I haven't gone to before that have this thwomp in it, so... Oh. Bro, I am so fucking tired of falling. How do you get up? Because my tummy said no. Well, I'm sorry your tummy is bothering you, Cole, but I'm glad to have you back. We're still doing that same Thwomp Star. This is my life now, I guess. I do at least appreciate they put the little recovery hearts here. They're interesting because they're like momentum-centric, so the faster you run through them, the more you'll recover, but you can also just keep, like, going back and forth to get one at a time if you need to. Why? Is my depth perception really that bad? What am I doing wrong? Like, I legitimately don't get it. And I know it's not an issue with the controller or anything, because, like, I have literally 100%ed this exact version of the game on this cartridge with this exact controller. TikTok clocks that level where you're just like, well, I already made it this far. I'm sure I can just knock this level out, and it's the most pain in the ass. Legitimately, though, actually. I mean, it honestly sucks that I feel like this and the last level, Rainbow Ride, are, like, by a huge margin, the weakest levels in this entire game. And it kind of sucks that the game ends on such a kind of mid-note when the rest of it is so much fun. This sucks because I actually do like the aesthetic and iconography of TikTok Clock. But it's like Soda said, this is a much better Mario Kart DS track. I'm also a tire, Mario. I am also a tire. See if I can remember correctly, because I think 9 o'clock makes everything slow, but not stopped. Maybe I'm wrong, and I just stopped it again. So both 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock just stop everything? Maybe I'm remembering wrong, but I really could have sworn that there was like one of them stopped it, one of them made everything go really fast, one of them made everything go kind of slow, and one of them made it go erratic. Because I'm pretty sure 6 o'clock is the erratic one. But I thought it was like really fast at noon and really slow at 9. Granted, most times when I play, I either just try to get it to where it's either normal or stopped, so maybe I just Mandela affected myself. Granted, this stage is much more tolerable when everything's stopped, but I don't think you can actually get to the top of the stage when it's like this. Ooh, there's a really nice cool breeze coming in from outside. The fan's pulling it in. No, you don't. No, 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 no. God fucking damn it. It doesn't help that, like, the way my brain works, I really don't like having to redo stuff, especially when, like, there's one specific part that I'm stuck on or trying to figure out, and I have everything figured out before that. So, but then I have to redo all the parts I already have figured out to get to the part I'm working on. And, like, that, I feel like that's half the reason that I have a lot of games in my backlog that I've gotten, like, 50 or 60% of the way through and then just stopped. Because I got to a part where I had to redo the same thing over and over. Which, like, I feel like you can get away with that, or you could get away with it back when a lot of these games were new, because, you know, especially with kids, most people, you know, most kids only had, like, 2 or 3 games for each console a lot of the time. At least when the console was newish. You know, you probably have, like, By the end of the generation, maybe like 10 games. Unless your parents were also big gamers or had a lot of money. So a lot of times you squeezed every game you owned for everything it was worth. And even if you got stuck or frustrated, you'd eventually come back because you didn't have that many other video games. Well, the thing that keeps getting me is there are a bunch of jumps I feel like I'm making and then I just fall. Or I should be able to make. Which, like, I guess that's more of a me issue, but... God, fuck! That, and I don't know what's wrong with me, but I guess I'm just not used to Mario's turning in this game. Because I haven't played it for a while, but, like... I guess I'm more used to a lot of the newer Mario games and stuff where Mario just kind of snaps to the direction you want to go on a dime. And he kind of does that sometimes in 64, but other times he turns, like, all the way around. Which, granted, I can't hold that against this game too much. It was one of the first games that just kind of coined 3D movement in general. And, you know, the fact that it still most of the way holds up 30 years later, I can't really complain about. And I know a lot of this is me issues. It's not really the game's fault. And I'm not mad at the game or anything. It's just like I said, I'm trying not to let myself get tilted. Having to repeat stuff over and over, because that really bothers me. Not even just in video games, like... Come on. And that's the thing, is like I get tilted and I make little mistakes like that, which gets me even more tilted. Hi, Dot. Sorry, I'm not being a lot of fun right now. I'm just trying to lock in and get this over with. Okay, we got the coins. Dot, please. Sorry about that. Hello, Jude, playing Pokopia. Sorry, Pokopia got like a DLC thing recently, didn't it? Yeah, I feel like every time I've tried to jump from this platform, I have fallen and not made the jump, no matter where I go. Okay. Okay, guess I'm over here now. Okay, so that's the one with the piston power. That was the star number 6. So we need to go in a different direction from here. Okay. What? How am I supposed to get up there? Okay. Whoa! I think really that's the number one thing that makes TikTok clocks so frustrating, is that, like, every mistake comes with a ton of repeated content. To the point where it makes me wonder if it was deliberately designed like that to pad the game out. I don't actually think so, though. I think... God fucking damn it. I think it just wasn't as thoroughly play-tested as the rest of the levels. Really? All that was over here was a one-up? Well... Well, huge difficulty spike, but it's like, it doesn't feel like was intended to be this big of a difficulty spike. Granted, allegedly there were supposed to be like something like 30 levels or something for Mario 64, and they're only 15. So it makes me wonder if like this and Rainbow Ride were meant to be much later. It does also make me wonder how many of the secret stars were going to be like full stages. Or chunks of, you know, like chunks of things that would have been full stages that were just cut off and stuff like that. Because I know a lot of people don't think about it this way now, but a lot of early Nintendo stuff really was rushed. Because I know a lot of people romanticize, like, the pre-HD era where we'd get, like, sequels to games every year and stuff like that. And that did definitely feel fun at the time, but it's just, like... so many old games just were rushed and didn't... Because, like, a lot of times things got immediate sequels because they didn't get to finish everything in the first game, and they just kind of put it in the second one. But, a lot of games like Wind Waker is another really big example where, like, the game was very rushed and very definitely padded at the end. So, I mean, that was kind of a downside of gaming moving at as fast as it did back then, is that, like, people wanted all these games to be longer and have so much more content and, you know, have cutting-edge graphics and all that stuff, but they still kind of wanted them all in the time frame of, you know, a Super Nintendo game or whatever. Because, you know, the Super Nintendo was only 10 years old when the GameCube came out. You know, there was only, like, between Final Fantasy 4 and 10 was only 10 years. God fucking fuck. I'm not even sure what I'm doing wrong. It was one that Final Fantasy VI was developed in only a year. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, also a part of that with Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6, where they, you know, like they had the kind of gameplay engine and everything laid out from 4, and they could just use that for 5 and 6. But, like, even so, the jump between Final Fantasy 5 and 6 is insane to me. Like, I love Final Fantasy 5, don't get me wrong. But, like, just the graphics, the animation, the everything. It's one of the things I think gets a little bit lost with the pixel remasters is, like, I do like the pixel remasters. I think they're really cool. And for most of these games, they are the best way to play them. But you kind of don't get to actually see the progression between all the games. Like I said, especially with 4, 5, and 6, like, if you compare 4 and 6, it's hard to believe they're on the same console. But, I mean, it's kind of that way if you look at 7 to 8 to 9. It's like, I love Final Fantasy 7, but, like, just the graphical difference between 7 and 8 is crazy. And 9 looks like a generational leap from 7. Oh, no. I need to know better than to get anywhere near that guy. Trying to figure out what I'm missing here. Like, is this a normally makeable jump and I'm just being a little baby about it? Okay, there we go. It's one of those levels that really shows the difference between an authentic Nintendo 64 analog stick and a different controller emulating it. Hi, Seventh. How are you doing today on this lovely Tuesday evening? We're suffering through TikTok clock, playing some Super Mario 64. You know, weirdly enough, I don't really have this much trouble with it on... So I'm playing with the exact same Switch Pro controller And my exact same copy of the game that I have 100%ed before. I feel like I'm more just having a really bad case of Let's Play curse. I will say, like, I feel like they must have put some work into the 3D All-Stars version, because it does feel better playing the 3D All-Stars version on a Pro Controller than it does playing the Switch Online. God fucking damn it. TikTok clock just sucks anyway, though. Crazy that 4 through 9 and Chrono Trigger are on the same console, the PlayStation 1. I mean, for me and a lot of people, you know, outside of Japan, Final Fantasy V pretty much was a PS1 game. God fucking damn it. I am so tired of this level. Been playing it in 64 recently, and Mario's analog movement's much snappier than any emulated version. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, it's definitely better on an N64. They actually did have an update for 3D All-Stars to where if you have the Switch Online Mario 64 controller, this version of Mario 64 will have full compatibility with it. Yeah, it was like the major irritant for me personally with TikTok clock, because I feel like every time I play through Mario 64, I get sick of this level. Is that every single mistake leads to you redoing a lot of content. Though 7th, I actually did finish the Mario in the Clouds, Mario in the Sky level for that one secret red coin star up there. I did finish that one. We've actually done everything in TikTok clock except for the one I'm working on now, which is Stomp on the Thwomp, and we haven't gotten the 100 coin star yet. Yeah, I actually got it on like my 3rd or 4th try. I was kind of half jokingly saying that, you know, the entire stream was just going to be me trying to do the Mario Wings to the Sky star. I was also thinking, like, you know, obviously this stage is much more tolerable when you jump in at, like, 3 o'clock and everything's stopped. But, like, I don't know if you can actually get to the top half of the level when everything's stopped. Can. It's tricky, but possible. Okay. And, like, my general issue with both this one and Rainbow Ride is I don't feel like you get very much chance to cut loose and do fun Super Mario 64 movement stuff. Especially with this stage, because there is so little walkable area. I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but like the whole stage is just on the perimeter with a big hole in the middle of a cylinder. God fuck. You can for TTC, it's just ridiculously high execution. That'd probably be one of those things you'd have to like spend a lot of time practicing on. I think I accidentally activated everything in the clock being in kind of high speed-ish mode. Fuck. Because 7th, okay, I don't know if I'm Mandela affecting myself, but like for TikTok clock, there's like, you know, if you enter at a random time, it just goes normal. But there's like, I thought the modes you could activate were like everything stopped. Then there's like a fast, a slow, and an erratic mode. I guess I just forgot, like, aside from I'm pretty sure 3 o'clock is stop mode. I don't remember what the other ones are. Like, what times they are. Fuck. 9 is fast mode. Okay, so I was remembering correctly. Ha! "12 freezes everything, 3 slow, 6 is random speeds." Okay. Yeah, that's what I was calling erratic, was like when everything changes randomly. So... okay, so I have 3 and noon backward, I think. God! Did he squeeze a triple jump? Yeah, I did that earlier, but... shit. The biggest thing with the analog issue you were mentioning before is that unlike on N64, Mario doesn't always snap to the direction, just because the difference in how the analog sticks are read. So when I mean to snap forward or back, a lot of times I'll just end up doing a freaking... well, I call it an Insomniac turn, because Spyro, Ratchet, and the Spider-Man games all have this squishy turning where the character goes through a whole turning animation first. But there really aren't any stages besides Tick-Tock Clock where you actually need to move that precisely, so it's not really much of an issue playing it on 3D All-Stars, I feel like, until you get to this stage. Why would you do that? Though that does make me wonder if that's why this version of Super Mario 64 also has the option to control with the D-pad. Okay, that's an interesting thing to keep in mind. When I click a direction on the D-pad, Mario actually does automatically snap to it. Jump's tricky, but possible. It's like I can kind of see the vision. Definitely precise, not speedrun precise, but tight, yeah. That, and I feel like I just have the regular tireds having my timing be off, so that definitely isn't helping. Really? Like I said, I do at least appreciate that they have the restoration heart things, heart spinners or whatever, all over the place in this stage. Though honestly, with the very frequently available heart spinners, it feels like they didn't have time to fix this stage's issues, so they put a few band-aids on it. Like, I know there are definitely some platformers that'll, like, similarly just give you a respawning one-up in a section that's fucking miserable. Like, teehee. Because I was talking about it before, and I'm pretty sure with Rainbow Ride and TikTok Clock, they didn't really get kind of the same kind of testing that the rest of the game seems to have. Or the same kind of play testing, I should say. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to let it go and try to do this at the normal speed. I'm just gonna try to get up there to do the Stomp on the Thwomp Star, and then I'll just do the 100 Coin Star later as its own thing. Or not. I don't know, a part of me, since I gotta go through most of the stage to get up there anyway, just kind of wants to get the 100 Coin Star to get them both done. Granted, I feel like I've been doing this one star for most of the stream. Well, that, and, you know, you also have the infinitely respawning one-up over here, too. Though I feel like this was also an odd point in gaming where, like... Because, you know, I got a game over earlier and it didn't really make any difference in anything. Because, like, I feel like as soon as platformers started having a save feature, lives just kind of stopped mattering. I feel like the only series that isn't really true for is Mega Man, but then again, Mega Man was almost always designed around persistence and a save feature. You know, the save feature was passwords, but, you know, still. Because, like, I actually got both Super Mario Brothers Wonder and Sonic Superstars when they were like when they came out. Because I actually had the extra money, and it was kind of a fun thing I did for myself. Is I got Super Mario Brothers Wonder, Sonic Superstars, and Star Ocean Second Story R, like all of those on their launch day. It was super fun, just having 3 games and like 3 of my favorite series to play all at once. But you know, like Super Mario Brothers Wonder still has a live system, and you know, like Sonic Superstars doesn't. You know, it's just like there's not really a game over state in Sonic Superstars. You know, you can exit. If I recall correctly, in Superstars, you can pretty much just exit a stage whenever. But you know, if you die, you just go back to a checkpoint. And playing like Mario Brothers Wonder and Sonic Superstars back to back made me realize how weirdly pointless the lives felt, especially with like LD. Oh my gosh, hi, how are you doing today on this lovely Tuesday evening? I'm trapped in freaking TikTok clock hell because my depth perception is dog shit apparently. Sonic Forces Onwards. Prefer having lives? Oh, actually, I'm interested. Like, unironically, I'm interested in why you prefer to have lives in platformers. This sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but I'm really not. I really do want to hear your opinion on this. I like talking stuff like this on video games. Bounced into stream as soon as I could, still turning on my computer. Is it still in Japanese? LD, I feel like you've been fist fighting your computer for like 1,000 years at this point. Just a fan of arcade style design philosophies? Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I very much understand lives in, you know, platformers that have no save feature. And it makes a lot of sense for arcade games as well. And I mean, like, I think it's kind of difficult for Mario in particular because 1-ups and extra life and the green mushrooms are all so deeply entrenched in the iconography. But then again, like, Mario Odyssey got rid of lives also. It's all good now, but I'm rarely on it now. Go out during the evenings to the gym. Oh. Said I forgot you're in Super LD Fitness arc. Soon you're going to be able to bench press entire planets and punch through sheetrock and stuff like that. Though honestly, with both you and 7th focusing more on your fitness, I feel like I kind of need to do that too, because I do want to get myself back in shape. When I was taking care of Mom when she was sick and stuff, I very much was not really doing a good job of taking care of myself. just like getting whatever food, stuff like that. My biggest issue with diet stuff is, as I have mentioned before, I cannot stand 90% of foods. Made great progress, Gladys. So I'm glad you have too. I always love seeing my friends being happy and healthy. It was forcing me to do better. Well, I hope that even when your health improves, you still can stay on it. Because you have to be healthy, LD. We have to be scrunkly old ladies together talking about how much thing we like is obviously better than whatever these kids are into. Why would you do that to me? I am just a little mouse trying to Mario my 64s. I do enjoy gym time. I've always been an athlete, so long periods of rotting felt super bad. For sure. Like, because that's another thing about me is, like, I actually am naturally fairly athletic. Because I think I've mentioned before that my mom did run a martial arts studio around the time I was born. So, you know, I grew up learning a lot of martial arts stuff. And a lot of my, like, young, early life fitness was like that. My mom never, like, pushed me super hard or anything. But, you know, she would try to not only, you know, help me, like, to get physically in shape, but, like, a lot of the mental stuff about, like, centering yourself and, you know, finding peace with yourself, being understanding of others, finding peace with nature. I wasn't always very good at following that when I was younger, but tomorrow's my leg day. Dreading that Stairmaster, but the work must be done. I actually had a very nice walk all the way across town the other day, and it was wonderful. My legs were definitely sore when I got home, but it was still really nice. Just getting myself to do the hard part, yeah. No, getting unstuck is definitely the most difficult part when you get yourself, like, shifted into rotting mode. Just gotten back from a 7-mile walk when I came in. Hell yeah. Because I miss taking long walks and stuff like that. Because that's the thing is, like, Job is such a ripoff. Because it's like, it physically and mentally exhausts me, but I don't gain anything from it. Like, it doesn't help me get into shape, because there's not really any exercise involved or anything. And, like, you know, I'm not learning anything or anything like that. So it's just like, my time is being wasted to no advantage for 8 hours. Take long walks on my non-gym days, load up a bunch of music on the old-ass iPod and just go, awesome. I think I accidentally got the thing stuck in fast mode again. How do I keep doing this to myself? Gotta work up to 7 miles. Wow. I want to get back up to it. I used to take really long walks, like several miles. Because, like, I don't want to dox myself, but I kind of live in the middle of nowhere-ish, and there's, like, a small town that has, like, a thrift store and some other stuff like that that's several miles away, and, you know, I used to just kind of walk there. Past weekend, I walked from the top of Manhattan to the bottom. Hell of the trip, but it was satisfying. That sounds amazing. Nope, 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 nope. Damn it. So I like taking walks around the neighborhood here, but it started getting up to like 114 heat index. Don't want to die just yet. As long as you have comfortable shoes and stay hydrated. Weather permitting, of course, yeah. That's another thing I miss. Like, my mom would love to do little fitness things. Like, for example, whenever we go to, like, Walmart or Food Lion or whatever, she would park, like, really far back. That way we would have to, like, put in the extra walk to get back to the car. Fuck. Oh, there's no recovering that one. God fucking damn it. Because that's one of the biggest things I have realized, like, being around people besides my mom more often now, well, besides my mom and my friends and stuff, is how, like, I don't think people are deliberately anti-healthy or anti-wellness, but, like, everybody's so obsessed with getting everything over with as fast as possible. Because, like, anybody who, you know, I ride with now, they want to park as close to the store as possible. And, you know, they're always just like, oh, you know, this isn't going to take too long, right? And I'm like, because I guess, like, I'm one of those girlies who, like, when I go to a place to shop, I just want to fully shop. You know, I want to, like, go check anything, because, you know, there could be a hidden clearance in that one little corner you didn't check. You don't know. Okie dokie. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'll be honest, I am probably going to switch to a different game because I still want to keep streaming, but I just don't think I am. Like, I don't think my response time's good enough because I can't blame the controller or the emulation. You know, I think I'm just sucking right now. Like, we're in such a rush to do everything. Really a get in, get out person, but don't mind taking my time. I mean, like, sometimes I just want to get the thing I'm specifically there for and leave, but, you know, most of the time I very much do enjoy, I very much do enjoy shopping and taking my time with stuff, but I'll be back in just a sec. I'm going to run a couple ads and use the bathroom, and then we will play something. Hello, cuties. I apologize if I left you sitting there in silence. I forgot to turn my playlist back on at first. This one makes me really sad because I actually wish that I could stream Virtual Boy games to you guys, because fun fact, I actually had a Virtual Boy growing up. And I still have one now, but it's not the same one. Unfortunately, my original got lost when we moved. But, you know, like, Wario Land on Virtual Boy is genuinely fantastic. Mario Clash is a really good game. Probably my favorite version of, like, arcade Mario Brothers. You know, like, Panic Bomber's fantastic. I don't think it's on here, though. But, like, this won't even let you boot the app if the system is docked. It will let you play it in, like, tabletop mode or whatever. Let's play some FIRERED. We haven't played it in a while. Look at me remembering to update my stream information. They should give me some kind of streamer medal of this or something. What is Virtual Boy anyway? I actually need to get the... yeah, I want to get the stand too. Okay. So, LD, in 1995, Nintendo released this thing that isn't exactly a handheld, but it's not exactly a console. But it's basically got this red... It looks like VR goggles. It isn't really VR, though. But you put your face in it, and it has two lenses, and it kind of does 3D like the 3DS's by feeding you, instead of like having it be a glasses free screen, it feeds you like a 3D image by basically showing you two slightly different versions of the same image in each of those lenses. The thing with Virtual Boy is, it's made only with red LEDs, so everything's red and black. The most bizarre thing about it is, despite coming out in 1995, everything's in 16:9, and it is really crisp and crystal clear. Which, I mean, I guess they could make it look like anything, you know, when they don't have to actually put it on your television. It was also this weird thing where it was, in some ways, definitely more powerful than, like, the Super Nintendo or Genesis, but in other ways it was much weaker, and it was coming out around the same time as the PlayStation and Saturn, so a lot of stuff the Virtual Boy could do, like, it could do, like, basic polygonal wireframes and stuff like that. But nothing it can do was all that impressive compared to, like, what the PlayStation and Saturn could do. But it only lasted about a year. And, okay, here's the thing. Actually, I don't feel like it'll cancel me out of the game if I show you this. Trying to... You know, I did all of the retro Donkey Kong challenges. And that was a mistake. I should have waited and streamed them. Okay, let's see here. Check missions and rewards real quick. Okay. This is the quickest way to show you the Virtual Boy controller. Because it has a fantastic controller, and it is very comfortable. And it does have 2 D-pads, which looks weird, but this actually is a good way to show you just everything about how the Virtual Boy looked and everything front, back. The little dial, that gray dial on the top, actually let you adjust the intensity of the 3D. The controller is interesting because you could either use 6 AA batteries or a pack that plugged into the back of the controller that would connect to the wall and use the Super Nintendo AC adapter. But no, the thing is, with a Virtual Boy controller, it was super comfortable. And the 2D pads could be used in some games like Red Alarm that actually had 3D movement. So you would kind of be able to simulate 360 degrees by using both D-pads. And basically, it did dual analog before the PlayStation DualShock, though it did it with double D-pads instead. It also, you can't see the back of the Virtual Boy controller, but it has little L and R buttons, but they're positioned like triggers where you can hit them with your fingers. So, like, the controller itself, I think, is the most impressive thing about the Virtual Boy and was way ahead of its time. It is weird that it only has A and B, even though it came out after the Super Nintendo. But it feels like the only people who did not believe in the Super Nintendo layout were Nintendo. But I figure we'll go do some nice, relaxing, in quotation marks, safari zoning. Just fill out the Pokédex and stuff. I know we need to do Victory Road. That's the next thing we were going to do in FIRERED. Relaxing, LOL. Well, okay, physically relaxing, not emotionally. Because honestly, as out of it as I have been today, playing Super Mario 64 was probably a mistake, because I don't think I'm in a space to play anything that requires, like, precision. Let's see here. Double checking my decks. That's right, Slowpoke's only in leaf green in this one. I didn't catch a Cubone. I should go back for Cubone sometime soon. Maybe we'll do that after we're done with one cycle of the Safari game. Okay, so Electabuzz, that'd be Magmar, who's only in leaf green. Is that Pinsir? No, Pinsir's above Scyther, right? Okay, no, it might be Pinsir. I did get Kangaskhan. And I saw a Chansey. Okay, Ditto, I'll probably have to go back to the mansion. Because yes, I do want to fill out the Pokédex in this game too. Though that's actually going to be doable because I do have my leaf green on Mom's Switch as well. So I can use that to trade with this Switch. Oh, that's right. I'm used to my other games I've been playing where I have the bicycle on select. Yeah, I definitely do miss, like, from Black and White onward, where you could just, like, have the Y button pop up and it would just have an array of things you could get. Like I said, Safari zoning may not be emotionally relaxing sometimes, but it is easier to relax and chat and not have to, like, be super precision platforming or anything. Now, I actually didn't sleep really well because I had to put in an order for groceries, and of course they delivered them to my neighbor's yard. Because in the place I get groceries from, apparently my address doesn't exist, which is like my neighbor's address, but further down the driveway. I mean, thankfully, they're very cool about it, especially because there are a lot of other things that they order that end up in my yard. Or my mailbox, etc. My address has a weird format. Sometimes sites just do not accept shipping to my address. Oh no, like that's one thing I've learned is, like, if yours is anything but a very normal standard house street address, some places just, like, they would ship it to you, but the website just cannot handle it. And it seems like such a bizarre... A street name has no street, place, etc., and they demand it sometimes. That is crazy. Because, no, like, where I live, it's, like, a few houses that are further and further back on the driveway, so, like, we all kind of have the same address. But it's not a street, so it's not like we don't have different street addresses, so it's, like, it's formatted like apartments. But some places just will not accept you typing in apartment when you're not literally an apartment, so... Oop. Shit, I clicked A too many times. Well, I guess we have an extra Doduo now. Red Bull has a new friend. She shall be Dr. Perky. Fucked up in the crib, drinking Dr. Perky. Beep, burp, beep, burp, beep, burp, beep, burp, beep. Ah! I'm sorry, I cannot get over Nidoran females like, ah! Sometimes I just gotta, ah! I want a Tauros. Give me a Tauros. Kangaskhan, my nemesis. Why is Kangaskhan your nemesis? Never managed to catch one for some reason. I caught one. I will trade one to you. I will go back to like 2006 or whatever, and I'll bring my link cable and trade you a Kangaskhan. Escape me in every game it's available in. Okay. I kid you not. Next time we play a Pokemon game, I will trade you, like, whatever one comes out, Winds and Waves or whatever. If able, I will trade you a Kangaskhan if it's in the game. I have caught multiple Kangaskhan's. I will make a Kangaskhan egg just for you and send it to you. Tauros is my nemesis in this far zone. Always takes me much more effort than Kangar or Chansey. Yeah, I'm living that life right now. You see, if I were smart, I would have gone to the PC and gotten an Oddish with Sweet Scent and just stood in place and spammed Sweet Scent over and over. But I wouldn't think to do that. Also, I had an idea, and I ran this by Maddie earlier, so I'll run it by you guys and see what you think, if it would be fun. I actually have the first 4 mini consoles from that, like, little, like, I have the NES, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, the first Sega Genesis, and the PlayStation 1. And I was thinking of, like, seeing if, like, we could, like, stream and finish all the games on those consoles. I know that's a lot, but hey, that's a lot of games that we get to stream. I mean, granted, there are some that I'm already kind of working on, like Kirby's Adventures on the NES Mini, and I'd probably just continue our playthrough here. I wouldn't, like, double dip on Kirby's Adventure. Granted, a lot of the games on the mini consoles are stuff I want to stream anyway, like Final Fantasy 6 and 7. You know, the Super Marios, the Castlevanias. And I know some of the games aren't beatable. Like, I'm not going to hold myself to quotation marks beat Dr. Mario or the Genesis port of Tetris. I'd probably just do, like, one stream each of those to highlight the game. Because a lot of games, like puzzle games and stuff, you can't really finish. I mean, granted, that does mean I'd have to play Grand Theft Auto and Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six. But hey, maybe, if nothing else, we could get a funny stream out of trying to play those. Because, yeah, the PS1 Classic has some very dubious game choices. And I know I've mentioned it before, but in particular, I have a rather strong distaste for the Grand Theft Auto series. Because my issue with the lineup on the North American and European PlayStation Classic is it doesn't feels like the lineup, with a few exceptions, it doesn't feel like the lineup was made with, oh, these were the most iconic games for the original PlayStation. It feels like these are the most popular games on the PS4, So here are the older versions of those games. Wow, I'm early. Hi, Maddie. I'm sure you definitely didn't fall asleep at like 6 in the afternoon. Yeah, we were doing Mario 64, but I think I was a little too tired for Mario 64, so we switched over to FIRERED. I like PS1 entries and popular IP that happen to be on current PS platforms. Yeah, because like I'm very happy Revelations Persona was on there because it's literally like a $300 game. Yeah, it worked in some cases like Persona 1. But like the first Grand Theft Auto is on there because GTA 5 was the biggest game at the time. And, you know, Rainbow Six Siege was really popular at the time. And I feel like they just got Rayman because it was both a launch title and they were already cutting a deal with Ubisoft to get Rainbow Six, so yeah. No idea when I fell asleep. Well, I'm just saying, like, it said on Telegram that you were last active at, like, 5:50, so... My mini nerve problems are screaming, must go rest my wrist and elbows. Good night, LD, but thank you so much for stopping by. I always love to see you here. I hope you have a wonderful night-night. Actually, kind of like Rayman 1's... Oh, Rayman 1 is definitely one of the more justified ones. I'm saying, like, I feel like that was one of those ones like Persona 1 that was just a happy accident. The thing is, like, you also have some that are, like, the most logical picks, like Resident Evil 1 absolutely belongs on there. Final Fantasy VII, the most obvious choice. Wild Arms, PlayStation's first exclusive first-party RPG. Tekken 3, you know, 100% one of the best possible picks. Battle Arena Toshinden probably wouldn't have been one of my picks, but it was so iconic for the early PlayStation life, and I don't think it had been re-released at all prior to that. Totally makes sense. You know, it's so weird because, like, half the library is like, yeah, exactly, perfect. That's exactly what you should put there. Or, you know, it's like, not my choice, but that's definitely a good choice. You know, like, again, Metal Gear Solid absolutely should be there. Yeah, like, the first ones announced made sense, because when the first ones announced, it was like Wild Arms, Final Fantasy VII, Tekken 3, and I think either Resident Evil or MGS. It was like those four. But yeah, the first four were like, yeah, absolutely, duh. Those are the most obvious picks. But it's so weird to me. There's like... It was Wild Arms, Final Fantasy VII, Tekken 3, Metal Gear Solid, Ridge Racer Type 4. That was the other one. Yeah, again, having a Ridge Racer on there is wonderful. But Type 4, I think, was the right choice, because I think Ridge Racer 1 is just too small of a video game experience to have really held up. But Ridge Racer Type 4 is like... Man, that is a lot of video game. Also, Ridge Racer Type 4 is, like, stylish as a hell. Like, holy shit. All right, everybody, grab your favorite sugar-free, caffeine-free beverage of choice and take a nice big sippy. Damn it, I clicked A too fast again. Okay. I guess I am destined to just have an army of Doduo. Am I getting the area wrong? Are there just no Tauros over here? Because I could swear. But then again, I feel like the encounter tables are different than red and blue, and I'm getting them mixed up. Maybe they're just shy. Ah, yeah, the classic shy balls. Next room. Okie dokie. Hey, it's a Rhyhorn. I was gonna say I have one of those, but it's actually he's a Rhydon now. Yeah, for anybody who missed, we spent like the back half of the last FIRERED stream just power leveling Propel so he could learn Earthquake. See, you can even see he's got his little Safari Ball. Because you see, I don't know which one's more irritating, soft tapping the D-pad constantly back and forth, or repeatedly menuing Sweet Scent. I would say with the PlayStation Classic, it is bizarre how, like, really different the library is between the Japanese and, like, Western region versions of it. Because I know off the top of my head that the Japanese version has the first Arc the Lad and Armored Core. Which, like, those games did come out in the US, you guys. I know a lot of people pointed out the lack of Crash and Spyro, but I feel like that's because, like, it came out at the worst time for that, because I feel like they were in, like, licensing hell limbo. Kinda. Well, that's not true, because the Insane trilogy had just come out. Actually, you know what? I think the reason why the library is so weird on that is because a lot of companies probably didn't want, like, the PlayStation Classic competing with products that they were selling. Because, like, why is Symphony of the Night not on there? Well, because, you know, they had just released Castlevania Requiem, which had Symphony of the Night and Rondo of Blood. You know why is Crash not on there? They just released the Insane trilogy. Is Spyro not on there? Because I don't think it had come out yet, but, you know, they were probably pretty close to announcing the Spyro Reignited trilogy. And, you know, Parappa the Rapper was already available digitally on the PlayStation Network. Japanese PS1 one is Parasite Eve, Gradius, Gaiden, Saga for... Ah! Oh boy, they just hated the US market then, I guess. I think the weirdest part of the PlayStation Mini is half of the ROMs are just like the PAL versions. Or ISOs, I guess, but you know what I mean. And yeah, you're right, Maddie. Using sweet scent would probably be more obnoxious. The games that are impacted by that the most, too, right? Because, I mean, like, I know Saga Frontier got a remaster sometime in the same time frame, which is still available on, like, Switch and PS4 and stuff. But, shit, Parasite Eve has not had any re-release besides that, aside from being available on the PlayStation 3 and PS Vita and stuff like that as a PlayStation 1 classic. And hell, Parasite Eve has still never been released in Europe. Like, in any form. So having it on the PlayStation Mini would have been a huge deal for the Europe market. Because I'm fairly sure the PlayStation Mini in America and PAL regions are exactly the same. Are you muted? No, my brain just stopped working. The tired is getting to me, but man, like, I feel like I've spent 4 hours between Mario 64 and this game, and I am accomplishing literally nothing. Because, I mean, I think I got 2 stars in Mario 64. And here I've just been dancing all around the Safari Zone for the bowl that won't show up. I mean, you streamed for 4 hours, you accomplished that. I guess you're right. Okay, I'm pulling up Cerebi. Forget this, man. I'm just walking over to Johto, and I'm just gonna go get a Tauros over by Ekritik City. Hi, Dot. See, now that I'm not looking in for a Chansey, I've run into like 5. Okay. Says Safari Zone areas 2 and 3. desire sensor at work. Yeah. I've only been here like 10 minutes, so can't say with certainty what you did or didn't do, but I do know that we're here to have a good time and hang out first and foremost. Ow. I hope I can show you guys having a good time, even though I'm not doing anything. Okay. No, I'm trying to remember which area of the Safari Zone is numbered which. I'm just... Okay, area 2. Kitten, I don't mind you cuddling on me like that, but put the claws away. Okay, so 7th, you were right. Tauros is in this area. It is fucking 1%. But it's 4% in area 4. So if I go south, the patch of grass down there, it'll be a little more common. I have enough steps to pull that off. No, this is an area 4. You don't gotta be doing something just to have a good time. Even so, you're playing games. I was allowed to feel however you want about the gameplay. I know. I mean, I'm glad you guys aren't bored or anything. I am very self-conscious about not just when I'm streaming, but it takes me for fucking ever to beat video games, and I don't know why. Especially when I watch other people's gameplay and they're not doing anything radically different from how I play. Ooh, hey, an item. Max revive. And I know some of it is like I temper for my own ADHD. A lot of times I will leave a game I want to keep playing running when I go make dinner or something. You know, like on the pause screen or something. Just so I won't forget to keep playing it after I'm done. Savoring it, I suppose, but... Like I said, when I look up a game and I'm like been playing it for 50 hours and I look up and I'm like halfway through it and I look up like how long to beat or something and it says it's like a 30-hour game and I'm like, because I may be not remembering the numbers exactly, but like I think my clear time for my first finished playthrough of Okami was like 76 hours, and I think How Long to Beat has it as like a 55-hour game. I mean, I did almost 100% it. If you just go to checkpoint defeats the whole vibe, that's true. And I guess a lot of people probably do play games like that. But then again, I guess even watching some of my streams, you can see, like, I want to talk to every NPC and get every little line of dialogue, and you know, see every little corner, every little weird interaction, and mess around with stuff. Yay, Venonat! Going out of your way to catch most of the Pokemon, which in cases like this will take some time. There's no problem with that. I know. I do worry about getting boring sometimes. I'm probably being far too candid on my stream right now. But then again, I'm just kind of like that anyway. I'm great at keeping other people's secrets, but my own secrets? See what my steps are looking like. 199. But the same thing when I stream. Your streams are never boring, though, 7th. That and you're just, like, chill and fun to hang out with anyway. Play Crystal for a year, and I will stay for the whole stream having fun. Thank you. And I do plan to go back to play some more Crystal sometime in the near future. But like I said, the big next thing we have left to do is the Entei hunt, and I'm gonna have to, like, have myself in the right mental headspace to do that. It's been gone for so long. It's gonna be one epic gallon of milk he comes back with. Because in this area, Tauros is 4% and Chansey's 1%. A cigarette you can see from space. I'm sorry, but I can't help but think of that one meme of, like, the dude standing by the doorway with, like, shaving cream in his hand, and he's like, I'm a prank dad when he gets back. And then, like, it's the same frame identically with the shaving cream slowly melting. Some say he's still waiting. One Tauros, please. Too bad I'm not trying to gather an army of Venonats. I love Venonat, but he looks so freaking crunchy in this game specifically. And why not? I only have so much box space. Like, I don't know why, but, like, that Venonat very definitely looks like... Okay, it looks like a really fluffy stuffed animal that got dirty, and you put it in the washer and dryer, and it's definitely clean and huggable now, but its fur just isn't the same. Which in a certain way isn't bad. It just becomes part of that stuffed animal's story, but, like... But I feel like Venonat would make a great pet in real life. Well, I hate stories! Platformer video game fans from 2007 to 2014. Oh no, actually, that brings up something I was talking to, like, one of my friends with, like... Because, oh yeah, I did actually buy a, and people who play story-based games. But, I was talking to a friend of mine, like, it's one of the weirdly understated things in, like, the PS3 360 era, is, like, there was this weird, like, stance against having, like, narrative and cutscenes in games, to the point where some games were using not having any story as a selling point. Because I actually did manage to get a really good deal on a Wii copy of Rayman Origins. And, you know, just going over, like, the eBay listing, I was looking on the back of the box and stuff. And, like... You know, it's something about, like, oh, jump right into crazy gameplay. And I'm just like... Because I think Rayman Legends just skips having any kind of narrative set up altogether. It's just levels. Because Rayman Legends is the sequel to Origins. But it's like... I also think about, like, Sonic 4... where, you know, not having any playable characters besides Sonic was, like, a big advertising point. It's actually crazy because, like, between Sonic 06 in 2006 and Sonic Mania in 2017, there was not a platformer Sonic game with playable characters besides Sonic. Or some version of Sonic. Because, like, you know, Unleashed, you aren't really playing as Sonic the whole time, but Werehog Sonic is technically a Sonic. You know, like with Generations has different types of gameplay, but they're classic Sonic and modern Sonic. Speaking of classic Sonic, I do appreciate them being added into Crossworlds. And them having the car from freaking Sonic Drift on Game Gear as Peak. New story-based games, Deltarune tomorrow! I need to catch up on Deltarune. I haven't even finished Chapter 1. Oh my god, help. The selling point for Secret Rings as well. Good old Maple Leaves Reborn. Maple Leaves Reborn! Vincent and this worm! Though I do love Secret Rings being one of those Wii games that just fucking screams at you when you click on it. Appreciate Crossworlds referencing cars from past racing games. Yes, it is very fun, and I appreciate it a lot. Crossworlds in general is just like one big love letter to everything included in it. Oh, speaking of, I actually managed to snag a copy of Sonic Racing Crossworlds on clearance at Walmart. The Xbox version was on clearance for $20. Which, you know, because I remember I actually told that... God fucking damn it, I clicked A too many times. Pay attention, girl. Well, I guess I have an extra execute now. Mega Man having the Rush car from Battle Chase, Pac-Man having his Ridge Racer 5 car. Oh, it's lovely. I love it so much. The thing is, like, I remember when they showed off the Mega Man thing, like, I clocked the freaking... I'm like... When he showed the Rush car, when they first showed the Mega Man in Crossworlds trailer, I'm like... Is that a fucking Battle and Chase reference? I don't know if they should make Sonic Crossworlds just Mario characters and get rid of the cross. Who is Sam? The person that owns the cola. They're also the same person who does all the singing for Samsung phones. So talented, right? You know, I was actually going to save this for one of my game fact point redeem things, and I might use it again later. But one of my favorite weird video game things about a person having multifaceted talent, the creator of Doki Doki Literature Club is also the world record speedrun holder for Yoshi's Story on the Nintendo 64 and co-created Franker's Face. They should have a club of some sort, for sure. You can both Doki and Yoshi. Yoshi's Story is a game I need to give a second try sometime. I remember being very excited reading about it in Nintendo Power, but my biggest issues with it are, I have a really hard time letting go of what my brain wanted it to be, and that's a me problem. Because there's never, except maybe the first Woolly World, there hasn't ever really been a Yoshi's Island follow-up that captured the feel of Yoshi's Island. To me, at least. Game devs being cracked at games you wouldn't expect is always so fun. It really is. Or just, like, creatives in general liking certain things, especially games. Because I know there's one very famous director. I don't remember who, but they're a very big name. They're pretty old now, and they've directed, like, a lot of very big and important movies. And in an interview one time, they just randomly, casually mentioned that they love Sonic the Hedgehog, and that their favorite one is the one where he turns into a werewolf. And a bunch of, like, movie snobs were, like, screaming and crying about this, and, like, bro, let someone enjoy things. But then again, I feel like people get in this weird headspace with creatives, like, they only enjoy or engage with art that mirrors the thing they make. John Carpenter, yeah. I knew it was someone super important, but I couldn't remember who. But then I feel like a lot of people forget that, you know, a lot of these older people in their, like, 60s or whatever were probably playing games in their 20s and 30s in the 16-bit era. And, you know, because games are fun. They weren't only played by little kids back then. It's a Tauros. Be mine, please. No, adults have only ever been adults who have done and liked adult things. Man cow. To be a man cow. Please be my man cow. Come on. Come on. Fuck. Such dainty little feet. We just ran away on those dainty little feet. God. Fuck. World over. And Maddie, I'm so sorry, but I just had this, like, visual image of a newborn with, like, a full beard. You know, sitting there smoking a cigar, filing taxes with, like, a freaking can of Coors Light. Gotta start somewhere. Like, at the age of 10, I was born without a face. I was 45 years old from the moment I was born. Came out the womb with a 401k. His first words were, "I hate my wife." The old ball and chain. You 4G's on the G. Got me apple bottoming in my jeans. I don't remember the rest of the lyrics, but I really do like the song. I think freaking Roddy Ricch's Ballin' was like a tiny section of it was used in a TikTok meme. Boots with the face. Yeah, that one. You know, I'm starting to remember why Kid Me would just use the Cinnabar Island trick whenever I wanted something from Safari Zone in red and blue. Also, right now, I'm getting the very rare actually calm Dot. She is sitting across my desk, very relaxed, with her eyes kind of like she's doing that slow blink, like she's very sleepy. Is me talking helping you relax, little baby bud? Are you gonna relax and have a nice, good, sleepy sleep? Calmest cat ever, literally ever, sure. It is nearly midnight. Holy shit, it actually is. Oops. Okay. I'm gonna do a few more sweeps, and if I run out of steps before I get a Tauros, we're gonna go back to Pokemon Tower and see if we can get a Cubone. I am hoping these games get home compatibility sometime soon. Which I think they already confirmed they will, it just hasn't been implemented yet. Because it would actually be super fun to use a Pokemon from like a GBA game in Champions or something. Do you already have a home back in Pallet? Yeah. I can have multiple homes. This is 2004. Oh, so you're good for another 4 years. Yeah. I mean, honestly, Maddie, that's a skill issue on you for not buying a house when you were 4 years old. By 5 years old, you should have at least 3 overall stocks and bonds set up. You should be a homeowner. Should be pulling down 6 figures a year. Because, I mean, do you want to be the only person in your kindergarten class making under $150,000? Should have had that 20 years of experience. Honestly, like, as much as I cannot stand most Pokemon jokes about every character being 10 or some stupid shit like that, one of the few that I actually do quite enjoy is that Ash Ketchum is what every employer wants. A 10-year-old with 30 years of experience. Though it also is a little bit funny that, you know, the standard Sonic design, the Uekawa Sonic from Sonic Adventure onward, is still referred to as modern Sonic, when this is a version of the character that was created 7 years into a 35-year franchise. Should be every child's dream to be under a corporate thumb. Give me Tauros, please. You know, at this rate, I'm just going to wait for Emerald to release on the eShop and then send that mill tank over to this game. Because, yeah, fun fact, in Emerald, there's, like, a bunch of Gen 2 Pokemon in the post-game, which is really fun. Nuts that the concept of jobs as there have barely been around for 100 years unless it's treated like it should be your life's duty, yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is, like, a lot of it derives from, you know, like, having actual careers and, you know, things that you work your life to master, like your passions and stuff, which would have been stuff like, you know, blacksmithing or the arts or, you know, anything like that. Ding dong! Like, comment, and subscribe if something related to ding dongs. I'm very tired, I'm sorry. And it's just like you said, like, every random part-time job gets treated like you should treat it like this is your life's work that you're gonna be mastering, you know, like you're fucking 16 years old working at McDonald's or some shit, and it's like, you know, they treat you like McDonald's is your entire life now. Probably for convenience for people that couldn't get Coliseum or XD. Oh yeah, I'm sure that was why, but I think it's a wonderful convenience and it's a great addition. It adds something really special to Emerald, because a lot of complaints that people had with Yellow and Crystal is if you were trying to complete the Pokédex with friends, it was really uneven because you needed stuff from both games, but between like a red and a blue, there's not anything they really needed from yellow. But conversely, like with Emerald, there's a bunch of stuff you can't catch in Ruby or Sapphire. So you really do have like actual cool things to trade. In the 1920s with the Great Depression, shit wasn't working from the start, right? Oh, like you've never eaten a Hostess ding dong. I mean, if the hostess is willing to share, I'll gladly accept it. Yellow's great for Gen 1 starters. That is true. Because actually, I think... I'm trying to think here. Not counting breeding, I think the only game after Yellow that let you get multiple starters in the same, like, cycle in a single game was X and Y. Because after you beat X and Y, Shauna gives you a baby form of her starter. Really missing the ability to grab multiple Pokemon. Or is it in here and I'm somehow not hitting the right button combination or something? What level me Oddish at? Oh, okay. It's actually her starter, she just time traveled. Whoa. Well, it's like, I feel like a lot of people bounced off X and Y because, like, I love the game to death, and it is the core of a lot of nostalgia for me. But I feel like for a lot of people, they kind of wanted more of what Black and White and Black 2 and White 2 were doing. And X and Y was not really trying to be that. It was more... Honestly, it felt more like a continuation of the design philosophy of the Game Boy and Game Boy Color games. So I feel like a lot of people either didn't finish XY or they just kind of like beat the Elite Four and you're like, yeah, that was alright, and just stopped. I, on the other hand, put over 1,000 hours into it, because, Generation 6 was the generation that I started getting into competitive. I really didn't fight you. Sorry, Carly. I guess it's good that I came back. Yeah, I put like over 1,000 hours into X. Girls been possessed for weeks. Oops. I put like 960 hours, or something into, like, Omega Ruby. Sorry, I was possessed. Like, this whole thing's been resolved for, like, weeks and weeks, and Carly's just been sitting there possessed by this one Ghastly. Like, is Carly alright? Oh, yeah, she's just like that. You see, though, this is actually a pretty good place to grind anything with, like, a Dark-type move. Honestly, we all deserve to have a month where we're just possessed. Gonna head out for the night. Have a good one. Good night, Seventh. Thank you so much for dropping by and hanging out and everything. It's always fun to have you here. Have a good sleepy sleep. Hey, yo, we got the Cubone. Can we uniball it? Puppy. Fuck. Okay. We have club soda? I don't think so, and that's brilliant. Thank you, Maddie. Okay, I feel like after we catch Cubone, I'll go ahead and call it. Because I have been streaming for like 4.5 hours at this point. Yeah, it's called... Yeah, called the Cubone Club Soda. It wears the skull of its dead mother on its head. When it becomes lonesome, it is said to cry loudly. Hey, I also miss my mother and cry loudly. We have so much in common. Midnight alarm. It's now illegal to stream. Uh-oh. Don't tell the stream police. They're coming for you. Ooh. Oh my. Propel doesn't have dig anymore. Okay, let's just go ahead and... Rope time! Say thank you. Well, thank you? Thank you, Cubone, for actually being catchable and not putting me through an hour of torment like Tauros did, that I still haven't caught the Tauros. Okay, I'm gonna see if anybody else is streaming right now that we can go and raid. Midnight raid. Okay, bye-bye. Everybody is leaving me. Hey, Scarletta Sends live. Let's go bother her. But yeah, you guys have a good night. Thank you, Maddie, and anybody else who's still hanging out, lurking. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for coming by. I'm sorry I barely got anything done. you done? Whoa. Oh my. I can't raid it this time. Oh, it looks like they're doing a collab with somebody. Oh well, I'm just gonna call it here then. Okie dokie. Literally worst day ever, right? Oh my god. Alright, but everybody have a wonderful night. Good night, night. Dot, calm down, please. Oh my god. Bye.